slash 1 minute 45.
But I will say these words. I remember the first time, the first of many
a beautiful day, I can't stop myself from smiling. If I drink and then I'm buying, and I know there's no denying. It's a beautiful day, the sun is up and the music's playing. And if it started raining, you won't hear this boy complaining. 'Cause I'm glad that you're the one who got away. 'Cause if you think I'll take up my time with thinking of our breakup, then you've got another thing coming your way. 'Cause it's a beautiful day. Beautiful day. Oh, baby, any day that you're gone away, it's a beautiful day.
So never mind what you gonna do. You'll come the way you go. I'll never find what I'm looking for.
Dames en heren, het kan dus toch sneller, want dan met die bos meteen op de controle die dus een mooie tijd neerzet. Hij rijdt op 64 seconden rond en neemt dus meteen de leiding over van de volgende Julian Karlsma. Iran staat 16,2 seconden, taking the lead from the Netherlands.
So don't you mind what you gonna do. Easy come the way you go. Never find what I'm looking for. Easy doesn't give me more. 2 times. Oh yeah, 3 times. Ooh, 2 times. 3 times. So never mind what you're looking for. Easy come, let it all roll over you now. Easy done, don't give me more. 2 times.
Ja, dames en heren, mooie sport hier in de Wolde, want het kan dus nog sneller. De eerste plek weer naar Polen, in dit geval Manfred staat daar aanwezig staan. Met zijn regenauto's op in de tijd van 7,5 seconden. Neemt daarmee dus de leiding Iran.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Youth Nations Cup competitions in Zuidwolde. This morning, of course, we brought you the Junior Nations Cup competition. That competition this morning was won by the Netherlands. Spain took the second spot, and Denmark and Belgium tied in third place. The final Nations Cup competition of the weekend at this sixth leg in Zuidwolde takes place, though, for the young rider category. Young rider category, and in this 2022 season, Germany are leading things once again. They have had 3 fourth places and 2 thirds. That has them at the top of the leaderboard with 300 points. First team on our start list, though, is Denmark. Denmark's first rider is Maria Barnevits-Schue. She rides Seana 2. So 12 teams coming forward here, each of which has 4 riders. They'll count the best 3 scores from each round. This is the horse that Maria Barnevitz-Schuh rode to the Young Rider Championships at Villamoura last year for a 10th place for the Danish team. Of course, in this first round they are going in a drawn order. Then in the second round we'll have the top 8 teams coming forward in reverse order of merit. Well, it's a very good start for the Danish team. Just the one fence down for Maria Barnevitz-Schuh and Seana too.
En dan zien we Team Nederland. Dit is de combinatie. Daar gaat Bugano de Laveille uit Bugano zitten. Deze uit 2011 stammen eruit. Gebracht door de Amazone. Ze vertegenwoordigt Nederland als eerste, dames en heren.
Second team on our list then is the Netherlands. The Netherlands, of course, the nation that won the junior category this morning. Their first rider out on the course this afternoon is Iris Michaels. Iris rides a Bugano de l'Abbaye. We saw in that junior competition that in fact it is not necessarily the case that you will win one of these competitions if you are leading after the first round. Spain were a great example of having a good second round that really took them up the ranks. So we do try to see how things are going early on in these competitions, but it cannot be guaranteed, of course. Iris Michaels competing not only in these young rider categories but also in the Longines EEF Nations Cup Series. Competed this very horse in the Nations Cup there in Bratislava. A couple of fences down so far. .75.82 is the time, and so just a fraction over the time allowed, which I believe is 75 seconds. That is the total for the Dutch rider. So 9 in total for the first rider out for the Netherlands. Next on our list is Norway. Their first rider is Jenny Krogsæter. Jenny rides Chivas APZ. She's 21 years old. Again, another rider who competed at the Europeans in Villamoura last year. There she rode the horse Curious Friday. Chivas APZ, though, is an 11-year-old gelding by Cardento, and whose dam sire is in Doctorow, so some pretty iconic breeding there. They were 5th recently in a 2-star competition in Kronenberg. But this is a relatively new partnership. This horse was previously ridden by Olivier Philipparts up until March of this year, so really quite new ride for Jenny. Two full rounds, of course, in this competition, but the first of those not proving any problems for Jenny Krogsæter of Norway gives us our first clear. Great start for the Norwegian team.
Simoni, first team member from Team Italy.
We move on now to Italy. Their first rider is Martina Simoni, and she rides Dalvaro 2. Italy also had a team in the junior competition earlier today. They didn't make it through to the second round, and this isn't quite the start that Martina Simoni might have liked. Italy are sitting in second place in the young rider category. They have had 2 wins and a 4th place so far this season. Those wins coming at Gorla Minore, their home competition. That was the second leg, and also in Lamprechtshausen, the most recent leg in Austria. Their 4th place was in Zuidwolde. So they're on 270 points. So that is important to bear in mind when you consider the points that they'll pick up for whatever their result is here. They're only 30 behind Germany, the leaders. Martina Simoni, though, just having a bit of a difficult start to things, tackles this fence again. Safely over it the second time of asking. This is a line that we also saw in the junior competition, from the water jump then to the delicate planks, and it was quite influential there. Martina Simoni looking like she's going to be over the time. Oof, over the time allowed. Got very deep there. Fence has stayed up. Good through the triple as well. The triple, of course, being the fence that closes things out in this round. So quite a bit over the time allowed. The total for the Italian rider is 14.
Martina Simoni zagen we met de Dalvaro. En dat was het eerste teamlid voor Italië, dames en heren. 19 strafpunten totaal, inclusief 6 voor de tijd. België, eerste teamlid, meldt zich namens België met Elke van Beek 2Z. Zangersheiding van de Hengst uit 2012 van Elvis ten Kudde en Armitage. Sascha Bekwit, dames en heren, voor België.
Team Belgium are next up then, and their first rider is Sascha Beguin. Sascha rides L Cup Van Beek 2. This is the horse that she rode to the winning Belgian team in Fontainebleau in this 2022 Youth Nations Cup season. She jumped clear in the first round but had 2 down in the second round. That, of course, was the competition where Belgium and Switzerland jumped off for the win, and Belgium came out on top. Sasha's 21 years old. Rides a number of the Van Beek horses. This 10-year-old stallion is by Elvis Terpute. They were also second in a 2-star Grand Prix at Oliva quite recently. Belgium then, our 5th team in the list, kicking things off with a great clear. 2 clears so far.
Well done, a clear round 71-45. Sascha Bekwit voor Belgium. Van Beek 2Z zagen we. Een goed resultaat als eerste ruiter namens België. Het 6e land, dames en heren, meldt zich hier in de piste. in training is met Miss Aragona PKS. De media uit 2013, 9 jaar oud van Henks Messenger. En de media van Aragon met Nicola Lockheed Anderson. The first starter for Team Great.
Now we turn to Great Britain. Their first rider out will be Nicole Lockhead Anderson. Remember, we're bringing you all of the first riders from all of the teams first, followed by all of the second riders, and then the third, and so on until we've had all 4 riders from all 12 teams. Nicole Lockhead Anderson then with Miss Aragona PS. She was on that gold medal winning team at the championships at Bishop Burton back in 2018. That was when she rode the horse Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style is the pony that Tabitha Kyle's been riding in this year's Youth Nations Cups. Here though we have Miss Aragona PS. Jumping well down that related distance from 9 to 10 with this 9-year-old mare. Previous ride of William Whitaker. Plenty of success with him behind the reins. So Nicole Lockhead Anderson, just the one fence down. A 4 for Great Britain so far. Remember, they do drop 1 score. So once we've had all of the first and second riders, we begin to see what the minimum score for the teams will be, because they can only drop 1 score. So we'll see what their minimum scores can be.
First starter for Team Switzerland.
On to Switzerland now then, in our drawn order in the first round. And their first rider is Leon Pieri. Leon rides Verona VZ. He's another 20-year-old rider. This is the horse that he competed with in Bullamura at those European Championships. And that team for a 15th finish. Verona VZ is an 11-year-old mare by Verdi and has competed up to 1 metre 50. Switzerland in third in the overall season standings. They've had a third, a second and a fourth so far this season. Puts them on 240 points. Great start though. Fantastic start for the team for Leon Pieri. A clear for Switzerland. Joins Belgium and Norway with 1 clear apiece.
Dan, dames en heren, gaan we naar team 9, naar het team van Zweden. Ruim is binnen in de wiesne gebracht, genaamd Kingston. Kingston, 10 jaar oud van de bekende Kanan. Uit de mening van Balou Rouen uit 2012. Gebracht door Janelle Larsson, first team member for Team Sweden.
Alright then, well, Sweden are next on our list. First rider for them is Janelle Larsson, who rides Kingston 43. Again, this is the horse that she rode on the team at Villamora in the European Championships for young riders last year. She's been jumping this horse in a few 3-star competitions lately, all the way up to 145 height. Looking good though, just the triple combination left to jump. Very well ridden and quick on the clock as well for Janelle Larson and Kingston 43. So a clear round for the Swedish team.
Sweden, the first team member. En zo zien we prima sport, dames en heren, hier op de namiddag in deze Nations Cup. We gaan naar Duitsland. We worden wel voor de Holstein gevochten ruim.
Well, it looks like the Czech team have unfortunately withdrawn in this young rider category. But we'll just confirm that once we have had all of the riders from these teams coming forward. They are not on our list. Johanna Beckman's in now for Germany with Chardonnay 111. 11-year-old gelding by Cerro with Contender on the downside. Germany are our season ranking leaders with those 3 fourth places and 2 thirds. They're yet to have a win though, but that consistent performance and being able to field a team at every one of the 5 legs that we've had in this season so far means that they top the leaderboard as it stands. Oh, Johanna Beckman clattering 2 fences down so far. In the young rider category we have this leg in Zuidwolde. Then we go to Hagen from the 14th to the 19th of June. That's 7 legs in the young rider category. 2 fences down for Johanna Beckman of Germany. Well, it looks like the first rider for the Czech Republic is not moving forward, and therefore they have 3 riders on their team. Of course, they do need 3 scores to count, so 3 scores and 3 riders participating is perfectly fine. Nikolai Baranski is next in. First rider for the Polish team, riding Freya. The horse is a 12-year-old by Boss, and the dam sire is Voltaire. They were on the second placed Nations Cup team at Gola Minore earlier this year. But again, he's been jumping this horse up to 3-star competitions.
We zaten naar de, volgens mij nog die laatste rit, dat maakte 4 strafpunten komen en die bij voor de tijd. Totaal 7 strafpunten voor Magda Caravacias uit Spanje.
Oh, and a bit of a miscommunication at the last, so it's 4 for Nikolai Baranski of Poland. Just counts 4. So we have 3 teams whose first riders pick up 4 penalties. We have 4 teams whose first riders jump clear. 1 on 8, 1 on 9 and 1 on 14.
Team Spanje, dames en heren, meldt zich met een Lord du Rosel, een gang nog van Milord Cartago. In het zadel zit Maya de la Joya Fernandez Longoria. Dat is het eerste teamlid namens Spanje. Spanje.
Spain are the final team on our list for the first riders. Czech Republic will be coming forward, albeit with 3 riders. So the first rider for Spain is Maya de la Joya Fernandez Longoria, who rides Un Lord du Rosal. Spain had an incredible performance in the junior competition earlier today. They had 12 penalties in the first round, which had them in 8th. Then 3 clears in the second round, had them climb all the way up to 2nd place. So just goes to show things can change so dramatically from round 1 to round 2. Maya rode this horse on the gold medal winning team and the silver medal individually at the Youth European Championships in Zuidwolde. Un Lord du Rosel is a 14-year-old gelding by my Lord Carthago. Also competed this horse on the Nations Cup team at Centaur Park. Final fence falls again. 2 riders in a row have the final fence down, so it's 8 for Maya de la Joya Fernandez Longoria. 8 for the first rider for Spain, matches the performance of the first German rider.
En dan zijn we rond, dames en heren. En dan gaan we naar het tweede teamlid van elk team. We gaan weer helemaal terug naar team 1, naar team Denemarken. Wel, die zwaarmoedwater voor de gang, dames en heren, genaamd Lehaar uit 2011 van JP en Lucas. En Theodor Linde voor Denmark, second team member.
So we're on to the second riders now. And this is when we start to see the minimum score that the teams will take forward from this round, because they can only drop 1 score. And so if they drop one of the first 2 riders' scores, then we'll see what they take forward. Theodor Lind is the second rider in for Denmark, riding Lehar. Denmark currently have 1 4-faulting round. Again, he's a rider who's been at several Youth European Championships, 4 in fact, from 2017 to 2021. He's within the time allowed as well. Gives the horse a big pat. Theodor Lind, clear round for Denmark, so there's the potential for them to finish on a clean sheet. But we will have to see how their next competitors go. Sky Morsinkov is next up for the Netherlands. Sky was on the 8th placed Dutch team at last year's Young Rider European Championships in Billemora. Here she's riding G. Vingino Blue, this 11-year-old mare by VDL Zirocco Blue. Oof, it was a very forward shot to that oxer, and that didn't really pay off. That's 1 refusal so far for Sky Morsinkov. Clear it the second time. It's the second rider who's had a bit of a problem with that oxer.
Inmiddels van start gaan met de bal 41 op Polen, Kevin Sowski en Russell Discord.
She's been jumping this horse in two-star competition, Kronenberg at Deurne and in Valencia. Going to be over the time allowed, but with the refusal we would have expected that. Total of 14 for Sky Morsinkoff of the Netherlands. So the Dutch team have been pretty successful so far this season, but more so in the other categories than in the other rider categories. So for the Netherlands, Sky Morsinkoff picks up 14. That means that the Netherlands will count at least 9. Back to Norway then, and their second rider is Sinna Marit Eid. Norway have one clear round on the board so far. Sin rides the horse Klein Sherry. 2 clear rounds had put Norway in a really, really good position. This pair was second in the Young Rider Grand Prix in Drammen a couple of weeks ago. Just a little before that, second in another 2-star in Drammen earlier in May. So 1 fence down. 4 is the total for Sin Marit Eid.
Ook het tweede teamlid van Team Italië, dames en heren, werd ruim uit 2006 genaamd Cisco de la Valère.
The Italian team are up next. Their first rider picked up 14 penalties, so we could do with something smaller than that here. Their second rider, though, is Angelica Marinelli, riding Cisco de Valere. This combination were 4th in the Young Rider Nations Cup show of Lamprechtshausen in the Grand Prix there. They were also second in a Table A class at Lamprechtshausen as well. But a good few top 20 placings for this pair. Just got a little too deep to the plank and made it difficult for the horse to get the height there. Oh, well, the final fence down as well, but it's an improvement on their first rider score. It's an 8 for Angelica Marinelli. It means that Italy will carry forward at least 8. Denmark potentially could stay on a clean sheet if they have 2 more clears. So could Norway. The Netherlands will most certainly carry forward at least 9. And Italy now at least 8.
Elvis de Put en Bamako de Muze 2011 met Arco Panida.
Our next starter on the course is Aiko Pariden, who is a 21-year-old rider, the second rider out for Belgium. Here riding La Belle de Muse. La Belle de Muse is an 11-year-old mare by Elvis Tepute. Damsire Bamako de Muse. A refusal here at fence 4. Belgium have a clear from their first rider. Has that fence down on the second time. Well, quite a costly round for the Belgian rider. 34 is the total. That, no doubt, will be the drop score for Belgium. It's certainly the score that they will be hoping to drop. But in order to do so, they need strong performances from their third and fourth riders. It really is a team effort in these Nations Cup competitions. Of course, one score per team is dropped per round, but that can be from any rider. It does not have to be from the same rider in both rounds. Well, this striking horse now in the ring is Billy Trysil, ridden by Eva Vernon. She rides, of course, for Great Britain. Britain's first rider had one fence down. Eva Vernon has been very successful as a young rider. In the various categories. Just this final line left then for Eva Vernon. 72.86 is the time then. So nicely within the time allowed for Eva Vernon and Billy Trysil. We'll just confirm that score for you as soon as we have it. Yeah, just the one fence down for Eva Vernon. 2 riders for Great Britain, both just picking up 4 penalties each. So Great Britain will finish on at least 4 in this first round. It's not a bad position to be in. Let's go back now to Switzerland though. Their second rider is Sira Akola. Sira rides Grace. She's had a good few results with this horse recently, a 6th and an 8th in class up to 145, a 13th in a Young Rider Nation Grand Prix in Lamprechtshausen. Grace is an 11-year-old mare by Vingino out of the dam Anastasia. Just the one fence down again, stops the clock in 73.6, time allowed is 75, so a 4 for the second rider for Switzerland. Difficult to tell at this point where the teams will sit because we have a number of teams in a similar position, so Denmark, Norway and Switzerland all have 1 clear and 1 4-faulting round. Great Britain have 2 4-faulting rounds. The Netherlands have a 9 and a 14, Italy a 14 and an 8. Belgium have a clear and a 34. So it really is a pretty mixed bag at the moment. But 18 riders have come forward. And we've had 5 clears. Back to now the first rider for the Czech Republic. This is Daniel Pospek. Czech Republic, remember, just have the 3 riders, so there will be no drop score for them. They have to count this score. Daniel rides Mabel. Contributed to that 5th place for the Czech team in Lamprechtshausen with this horse. Oh, just rattles the last as well, so that falls. It's a fast time for Daniel Pospek, but a 4 sets things off for the Czech Republic. So remember, no drop score for them. They will be on at least 4. Now we head back to Sweden. Their second rider is Carla Peterson. Carla rides Nivien. First rider out for Sweden had a clear round, so Carla Peterson and Nivien could keep them in a good position. Nivien is a 10-year-old mare by Cohiba. Rode this horse on the 6th placed Nations Cup team at Centaur Park. Also came second in a speed class there with this horse. But again, another rider just having some problems at this line down the back of the arena. A good few riders have had issues at 3, now we've had some having issues at 4. Good to see them over that now. This will probably be costly for time. Yeah, she's well over the time allowed already, and the fences do just keep falling, so this will be the drop score, I'm sure, for the Swedish team. Stops the clock in 90.63 with that refusal. Gives a total of 40 Sweden and Belgium in quite similar positions. Both of those teams have their first rider picking up no penalties and their second riders having really high scores. So it's likely that those two will be the drop scores, but we will still have to wait and see.
Fantastisch goed de afstanding. Chaco Blue en Boulidor. Matthias Westenberg. Das zweite Fach für Deutschland.
For Germany then, our next rider is Mathis Westendorp. Germany's first rider picked up 8 penalties. He's the reigning European champion at young rider level. That's the honour that he claimed with the horse Stalido FRH, also the horse he rode to Team Silver in 2019 at the European Championships. This though is Chillert Blue, horse that he's been riding in a number of good competitions. 8th in a 2-star accumulator, 9th in a 2-star Grand Prix. They were their most recent starts, both of which were in Hagen. The European reigning young rider champion then, Mathis Westendorp for Germany. Oh, but has the final fence. That falls once more. We're seeing that fall for a lot of these riders. Mathis Westendorp, even the reigning European champion, falling foul of that. So Germany have an 8 and a 4, means they'll carry forward at least 4 from this first round.
Nog 2 te gaan naar 97 seconden van de tweede teamlid voor Polen, Quincy. Dan over aan de 11 jaar oud van FEI Kwot en Rafael, dames en heren, en Olga Skromaks voor Polen, second team member.
For Poland then, the second rider is Olga Skrobaks. Olga rides Quincy. Poland have won 4 faulting rounds so far. But the way that this course is jumping so far, we have had 21 riders start and just 5 clears. So, and Olga Skrobaks is not going to be another. Really just had a bit of a cat leap at that fence and couldn't make it over the back rail. Quincy is her main horse. She rode this horse on the second place Nations Cup team at Gorla Minore, the second leg of this young rider competition. The horse just kind of pushing through the rails at some points here. With and a refusal as well. This is not going the way that we would expect for this combination. (16) on the board so far. Quincy is an 11-year-old now by FRH Quaid. But been fairly successful with Olga, so they're just waiting now for the course to be reset following that refusal. But already on 16, Olga Skrobaks ensures that Poland will count at least 4. good down the final line, but plenty of time penalties racking up. So 23 is the total for Poland.
The result is 23 penalty points, including 7 time penalties, 81-05. Olga Skrobak zagen we met de Quincy, dames en heren. En dan zijn we toe aan het tweede teamlid van team nummer 12, Spanje, dames en heren. En dan zijn we weer rond in deze ronde. Forstu Siena, een ruimtebracht uit 2009 van Diamante Semeni en Carolina Villanova Suarez voor Spain.
Well, the final team on our list are Spain. This is the final of the second riders, and then of course that takes us to around about halfway through this first round of competition. Carolina Villanueva Suarez is the second rider for the Spanish team. She rides Voice de Chenet. Her teammate Maya de la Joya Fernandez Longoria picked up 8 penalties. So again, we're looking to see what the minimum score will be when we have these second riders. Collects up well for the plank there. She's a 21-year-old rider. Ooh, a couple of fences now down. It was quite a light touch there, but ooh, and now she is on 12. Competed in Madrid recently in the 1-star competitions, but she won a 2-star speed class at Oliva back in April. A fast time though, and good down the final line, but Carolina Villanueva Suarez picks up 16. Means Spain count at least 8 in this competition. Well, we're going to take a short break now. The break will be around 12 minutes long. That's just for the course to be reset and re-levelled. Then we'll be bringing you the rest of the competitors in this first round of competition. We've got about 24 left to bring you. So do stay with us and join us again in 12 minutes time for the second half of this first round of the Young Rider Nations Cup competition. See you in a few moments.
zes beste deelnemers in deze rubriek aangeboden door Stoeterij Steffel.
The book of love is long and broken. No one can live without. It's full of charts and facts and figures and instructions for dance. And
Applaus voor wat we aan aangeboden. dus een totaal van 19 standpunten, waarvan 7 door tijdsveldstrijding en 87 van een seconde. En dan gaan we alweer kijken naar de laatste deelnemer in deze routine, aangeboden door Soeterrein Sterren. En dat is Christina Bermakova uit Tsjechië. En ook voor Christina Bermakova is het minder verhaal wegens het vierde voorsprong van Papua. En dan betekent het de second ring fusion. Dus mensen ook die betekent dat de eindstijden gekomen zijn van de sterrenprijs. Zometeen zijn ze eigenlijk de 6 beste deelnemers.
The music, and so we can start with the next combination, the third member of each team in the first round, ladies and gentlemen. The first competitor is in for Denmark. We gaan kijken, dames en heren, naar het derde teamlid van elk team. En als eerste natuurlijk van
Well, welcome back everybody to this Young Rider Nations Cup competition. We're about halfway through the first round here.
Pedersen voor Denmark.
And at the moment it is quite tricky to see where the teams are going to be standing. Denmark, Norway and Switzerland are arguably in the strongest positions. And we turn back to Denmark straight away. Those three teams that I was referring to all have one 4 vaulting round and one clear round on their score sheet so far. But the third rider in for Denmark is Caroline Rehoff Pedersen. She rides Chassieni here. She was on the 5th placed Danish junior team at the Young Rider European Championships at this very venue in Zuidwolde in 2019. There she rode Carlos Magnus. Here though, she's riding Chassieni, a horse that she's been campaigning at 2-star level so far. And as I say, Denmark on a 4 and a clear. So another clear would be really, really valuable. It would keep the team in a very strong position. Is a 13-year-old gelding by Chaco Blue. And this horse has competed all the way up to 1 meter 60 level, previously ridden by Patrick Stoelmeyer, among other international competitors. 1 fence down so far. And so with that in mind, Denmark will count at least 4 in this first round. Still keeps them ahead of some of the other teams. But we've had some big scores so far. We have had a 34 from Aiko Paredan, we've had a 40 from Carla Peterson, 23 from Olga Skrobaks, and so a 4 for Caroline Rehoff Pedersen. It looks pretty good indeed. So a 4, a clear and another 4 so far for Denmark. Third rider out for the Netherlands is Vincent Dings. He rides Daylight. And no doubt he will be hoping to put daylight between him and his horse and the fences here today. He's a 21-year-old rider. And this horse is a 14-year-old gelding by Ustinov Horses competed up to 155 height fences, previously ridden by Bianca Schoenmakers and by Gabriella Dufour, two other Dutch competitors. The Netherlands currently have a 9 vaulting round and a 14 vaulting round on their score sheet. Vincent Dings, just goes for a few trot steps there and unfortunately doesn't really have the impulsion needed for the plank. So a fence down means that the Netherlands will count at least 13 from this first round of competition, even if their fourth rider jumps clear. That's the minimum score they can have. Safely down the final line, but a little over the time allowed. That time allowed is 75 seconds.
5 penalty points, including 1 full time, 5 strafpunten.
So it's 5 for Vincent Dings, means that the Netherlands will be on at least 30. Now we go to Norway. Norway are one of the teams in a bit of a stronger position. They have a clear and a 4 vaulting round so far. And their third rider is Martine Mariero Mo, who rides Dinero de l'Aubry. She's a 19-year-old rider. And she's competed at 3 Youth European Championships. The most recent of those was in 2021 in Villamora with this very horse. Coached by John Harald Guriksson. She says that one of her aims is to compete at the Olympic Games in 2028, and that goal just goes to show you are really having a unique opportunity to see some absolute stars of the future in action in these youth Nations Cup competitions. Their most recent result was a 12th in a 145 Young Rider Grand Prix in Drammen a couple of weeks ago. Oh, she's had one down now. And a refusal. That is unusual. She's competed, as I say, at 3 different European Championships and had 5 Nations Cup appearances so far. So if this were to be the drop score for Norway, and it may well be because she's going to have a few... Oh yeah, she's actually going to be eliminated with that second refusal.
For this combination for Norway, elimination
What a shame.
of the second refusal.
Elimination for Martine Mariero Mo, so Norway will count at least 4. And it's at least 4 because they do have the clear and the 4 from their first and second riders. Next team on our list is Italy. Their third rider is Martina Gudieri. She rides Castor van Molenhof-Z. Many of these riders are making their first appearance on the Nations Cup teams this season in the young rider category. The 2022 season currently being led by Germany, but that's really because the German team are the only team to have brought forward riders for all 5 legs so far. They have not finished higher than third. Italy, meanwhile, are in second. They've been very strong. They've had 2 wins and a 4th place so far, so they sit in second. They're just 30 points behind Germany. Not too many clears in this competition. Martino Guerrieri is our 27th rider out on course. And we've only had 5 clears. Two fences down for her. So as Italy have a 14, an 8 and an 8, that means that even if their final rider jumps clear, they'll count at least 16. Slots them behind the Netherlands as it stands.
En dat is België in dit geval met de KWPN gevochten ruimtenaam Hurricane. 10 jaar oud, 2012, het geboortejaar uit Dutch. En dan ben je van Kaapstad. We gaan kijken naar
On to Belgium then. Belgium are the team sitting in 5th in our overall season standings. They've had a 2nd place at Centaur Park, that was the first leg, and they also had a win in Fontainebleau. Gives them 190 points so far. So even if they win here, they're not going to be able to take the lead in the season standings, but they could take 2nd spot. Their 3rd rider is Aaron Tiskins. Aaron rides Hurricane. Belgium as a team have had 1 clear round and 1 34 faulting round, so they'll definitely be hoping to drop the score of 34 and hoping that Aaron can get them a strong result with Hurricane. His championship horse for 2 European championships was Superbe de la Luena. Rode that horse to the Europeans in 2017 and 2018. Hurricane is very much his strongest horse though at the moment. That's the horse that he was 5th with in a 145 class in Fontainebleau at the end of April. But he's been jumping various 2-star competitions. Really getting the miles on this horse. Oh, the final fence falls again! That has fallen for so many riders. The final line has been very, very influential. So it's a 4 for the Belgian rider, means that Belgium will count at least 4. Puts them in a similar position to Denmark and Norway. Our next rider then is Daisy McKinley. Daisy rides for Great Britain. Her ride here this afternoon is Darjeeling Dessia. This is a horse she's been competing up to 3-star level. She was 6th recently in a 135 3-star competition with this horse in Villamora. It is just 9 years old by Mozart de Hayat. Was competed as a young horse, including to the Young Horse Championships in Lanark by Chloe Reynolds. But Daisy's had the ride on this horse for a few years now. Had a good few podium finishes as well in these competitions in Villamora recently. Great Britain on 2 4-faulting rounds, so if Daisy can jump clear, that would keep them in with a chance of finishing on 4 in the first round. Come on, Daisy, we'd love to see this final fence stay up. Oh no, she has that fence as well. Big pats for the horse, but the final fence down for Daisy McKinley. Final fence falls once more, so 3 4-faulting rounds for Great Britain. Means they'll finish on at least 8. Well, 12 teams on our list. And we are about halfway through the 3rd riders for the teams. Shirel Shawnaz is the next competitor into the ring, riding Obama du Soufflet. This is the horse that she rode to the 2nd leg of the Young Rider Nations Cup Series this year on the third place team for Switzerland. She had 1 pence down in the first round there, 2 down in the second round. Switzerland have a score of 4 and a clear. Now Shirel Shornos drops 1 pole as well. Striking horse with this white face. Certainly one that you would recognise in the field. Now she almost steadied for the water there. It'd be interesting to see if she picks up any penalties for that. Not immediately obvious that she may have had a hoof there, but she's had part of this double down as well. 8 is the score that she's on so far. Fence 10 as well. That's also been influential, that line running down from that big red coloured oxa. Well, Shirel Shornos jumps well down the final line, but it's a total of 16. It is quite costly for the Swiss team, but we do have a number of competitors. A number of the third riders still to come. Well, the Czech Republic are the team that only have 3 riders here, so all 3 scores will count. Their second rider is Adam Pisarek. His teammate Daniel Pospek picked up just 4 penalties, so this could be a ride that could be crucial for the Czech team. It's a score that has to count. The horse here is Fabius Di Lobri. Adam Pisarek, very experienced competitor at the young rider level. 2 down, so the Czech team are on 12 now. Good to the last, but 8 added to the 4 of Daniel Pospek means that the Czech team will certainly finish on at least 12.
En dan vervolgen we met de wel voor land nummer 9, Zweden, brengt aan start Shakini. Een ruim uit 2010, Chaco Bloemalka, Tango is de afstamming. De wacht vanmiddag hier in Veningen Cora, Hillen voor Sweden, de third team member.
Third rider for the Swedish team is now in the ring then. This is Cora Hearn. Swedish team have a score of 40 from Carla Peterson, but also a clear, so they'll be hoping to drop the score of 40. Cora Hearn rides Chagenu. She also competed previously in the pony categories. And they come here fresh from a win in a Young Rider Grand Prix in Drammen. So pretty on form combination. They jumped a double clear there and a fast jump off round. She just also has that final fence though, so it's 12. 12, and if they drop the score of 40, that means that Sweden are on a score of 12.
Duitsland voor Sunke Vallenberg.
Sunke Fallenberg is next in for Germany, riding Vescovino. Third rider out for Germany. He's been riding this horse for a good few years now, since 2017 internationally. Only one show previously this year, that was in Riesenbeck, one international show, and they jumped the 2-star competitions there. Got really quite a lot of pace up here. They do need to be careful around some of these more precise lines. Yeah, and fence 10, you know, the speed there is just meaning that it's very difficult for them to get the balance and the control back going from a big oxer like that then to a more delicate upright fence. Good down the final line though, so it's 8 for Sunke Fallenberg and Vescovino.
Vescovino en Sunke Vallenberg, dames en heren. 71, 58 op 8 dagen, 10 dagen springfouten. Genoteerd 8 strafpunten. Dan Polen. Polen brengt een Belgisch waanbroeipaardje op terrein. Genaamd Louis van het Kluizenbos uit de Diabo Corrado. 2011 het geboorte jaar. In het zadel zit Alexandra Kisnowska voor Polen. 13 member.
Turning back to Poland now then, the third rider for the Polish team is Aleksandra Kiesnowska. She rides Louis van het Kluisbos. Again, a combination that we've seen in a number of the young rider competitions. Oh, well, that is a shame. Alexandra Kiesnowska going quite at some speed, just passing company there at fence 7. Good to see horse and rider both on their feet, but unfortunately that's going to be elimination. And so the Polish team are looking like they'll have a pretty high score. They already had one rider on 4 and one on 23. So now that elimination means that they will be on at least 27. Hard lines, but the important thing is that both horse and rider are safe. So we just have one team left to bring forward their third rider. Then we are on to the final riders for all of these teams. So turning now to that third rider for Spain, this is Pilar Mateos de Urbina. Pilar rides Azur de Roche. He was actually on the gold medal winning team at Mill Street in 2016 at those European Championships. He's had 3 top 5 finishes with this horse recently in young rider competitions. 5th in the Young Rider Grand Prix. Those were at Oliva. Spain currently on a score of at least 8. They have an 8 faulting round and a 16 faulting round. Fence down now for Pilar Mateos de Urbina. Means they'll be on at least 12. Very few clears, still only 5 clears in this competition so far. Shows just how difficult this course has been, and even if they've jumped well around the course, the final fence has caused plenty of problems as well. So 2 down for Pilar Mateos de Urbina, 8. So if they discount the score of 16, that still gives them 16 with 2 8 faulting rounds. They still ideally have another score to come because they'd like to not count the 16. Remember, although we have 12 teams coming forward in this first round, only 8 will go through to the second round. And it's not too easy to see which 8 teams they will be at the moment. There is not a huge amount to separate them, and so we'll really see the lie of the land now with these final riders. So the final rider for Team Denmark is Laura Baring Kjærgaard. She rides Agadans Vantegelut Z. Danish team have 2 4 faulting rounds and 1 clear. That clear was achieved by Theodore Linde. Laura Baring Kjærgaard, extremely experienced at the championship level. She's competed at 5 Youth European Championships between 2015 and 2021, with a different horse each time. Very talented rider to have achieved that with a different horse each time. She has had 1 fence down though now. With Agadans Vantegelut Z, this 11-year-old gelding, previously ridden by Peter Clemens. 1 fence down then. So for Denmark, they'll discount one of the scores of 4. They finished this first round on a score of 8. They count the 2 4 faulting scores and 1 clear round.
De result for Denmark, 8 points in 216.00. Het Nederlandse team, dames en heren, Mel Tijssen.
Well, next up is Mel Thiessen. Mel is a super talented young rider, 21 years of age now. Competed at plenty, 5 in fact, European Championships. But she's been competing in some very exciting competitions. 3 stars, 4 stars. And also been competing in the Longines EEF Nations Cup competitions with this very horse, Cartolana too. Her other top rider is Florida Balia. Cartolana 2, though, is a 12-year-old mare by Catapult 7. She's jumped this horse up to 160 height fences. We've said before that it's a really great opportunity to see these young riders in action, and Mel Thiessen is certainly one of those. Good down the final line, but a fault earlier. So that contributes to the Dutch team's total. They will discount the score of 14. They will count the 9, the 5 and the 4, which gives them 18 in the first round. Keeps them some way behind Denmark, 10 points behind Denmark. Quite an unusual position for the Dutch team in general. Of course, they are a nation that have been so hugely successful They are in 11th though in our overall season standings in this young rider category, but then they've only appeared at one other leg of this series in the young rider category.
Een ruim uit 2010, 12 jaar van Milorca, Taco en Canan. Met in het zadel Ingrid.
Going on to Norway then. Their final rider is Ingrid Gjelston. Ingrid rides Alibi Della Rock. Norway have to have this score count. They have a clear and a 4 as well as an elimination. She's based at Stalgullik in Norway. Competed this horse Alibi Della Rock in some 5-star competitions recently in Saint-Tropez. Of course, previous ride of Marlon Modola Zanatelli and of Julian Eppeyard. Good ride there for Ingrid Gjelston. Just the one fence down. Means that Norway of course discount the elimination. Their team total for the first round is 8. They go level with Denmark.
The result for Team Norway, ladies and gentlemen, is 8 and the time is 2:05.87. 8 is het resultaat voor Noorwegen, 205,87. Het vierde teamlid namens
Norway and Denmark then leading the way so far on the teams that have completed with 8 penalties apiece.
40-member for Team Italy. Elena
Now we go back to Italy, to Elena Dati. She rode this very horse Nebbia della Schiava on the winning Italian team in the young rider category at their home leg at Gorla Minore with a double clear. Italy are on a minimum of 16, so even if Elena can jump a clear here, they'll be on 16. They'll be behind Denmark and Norway going into the second round. She's had a fence already, so now they will be on 20. Has them in 4th place out of the 4 completers so far. Good round there though, a little bit over the time allowed, 1/10 of a second in fact over the time allowed, so it gives Elena Dati a score of 5. They'll drop the 14, they'll count the 2 8s and the 5, they'll finish on 21 in this first round. Italy stay in 4th spot. Denmark and Norway looking good on 8 faults apiece. They will certainly stay ahead of the Czech Republic. They'll be ahead of Poland. They'll be ahead of Sweden. And they'll be ahead of Spain. So Denmark and Norway pretty guaranteed a spot in the second round. But of course, once all of these teams have completed, I will let you know which of the 12 are going forward to the second round in the top 8. Back to Belgium now. And to Jules van Hooijdonk. Jules rides Minter van der Bishop. And this combination were on the winning Belgian team at the 4th leg of this young rider. Nations Cup series. The winning Belgian team, who of course had to jump off for first place against Switzerland, Jules van Hooijdonk, had a great double clear there with this horse. A double clear would be extremely valuable for Belgium, or even just a clear here. Belgium are in 5th place in the season standings. They have 1 win and 1 second place. Ooh, but a fence down puts Belgium on a team total of 8 so far. Let's keep the rest of these fences up. Yeah, good to the last and within the time allowed. So it's 4 for Jules van Hooijdonk. They'll discount the score of 34. They will count 8. Could be an interesting one to look at because there's the potential that they might need to determine which teams are going forward to the second round based on time. That's something that we saw in the junior competition as well. Elizabeth Baker now comes forward as the final rider for Great Britain. She rides Uno du Thought. This combination were also on the team at the Young Rider Nations Cup leg in Fontainebleau. They had a fence down in the first round and they were clear in the second round when Great Britain came 5th. Great Britain have 3 full vaulting rounds so far, so if Elizabeth Baker can jump clear, she'll keep them level with Denmark, Belgium and Norway. 1 fence down would put them on 12. Uno du Thought is a 14-year-old gelding now by Elixir de Madame. Previous ride of Shane O'Reilly and Mackenzie Ray. Oh, fence 10. Again, it's been very influential in this course. It's just the fact that they need all the impulsion and the speed for that oxer, and then they have to get the control and the precision back for the delicate upright, and it's just proving difficult for a number of combinations. She's good down the last line. Elizabeth Baker and Uno du Thought picking up 4 penalties. So Great Britain, all 4 of their riders just dropping 1 pole, so it's quite a strong performance from the team. They'll discount 1 of the scores of 4. They will count 12 from this first round.
The result from Team Great Britain, ladies and gentlemen, is 12. The time is 2:15.32.
12 will have them behind Denmark, Belgium and Norway. Switzerland could go ahead. They have a clear, a 4 and a 16 so far, so anything less than 16 is a score that will be counted.
Alessi for Switzerland.
Their final rider is Kira Alessi, who rides Kai 35 here. She jumps in both the junior and the young rider competitions with this horse, Kai 35, who's a 10-year-old by Katoki. She's jumped this horse up to 3-star level. Now, could this be our 6th clear? This has been going very well. Yeah, great round from Kira Alessi. Brilliant clear round. That is just what the Swiss team needed. Fantastic performance from Kira Alessi. Hardly any clears in this competition, and that is our 6th. 2 clears going to Switzerland. So they'll discount the score of 16. They'll count 2 clears and a 4. Gives them 4 in the first round. Puts them into the lead. In fact, no other team can match that. So Switzerland will definitely be going into the second round in the lead, in pole position, in the final slot in the drawn order, because of course they will be going in reverse order of merit. Final rider for the Czech team then is Linda Portichova. Linda has been on the Czech team at Centaur Park the first leg, riding a different horse there. She rode Alpha Nero in that competition. Here she rides Lara. Czech team, remember, just have 3 riders on their team, so Linda's score will certainly count. Didn't quite get the height at fence 9, possibly a little deep there. Czech team have a score of 4 and a score of 8. Now Linda Portichova has 3 fences down. So she adds to the score of 4 and 8 with her 12, gives the Czech team 24 in total. "24 drops them to the back of the pile at the moment. A couple of teams could go behind them, but it's a score of 24, and they at the moment have 7 teams ahead of them. So it is looking likely that the Czech team may not be coming forward to the second round. Just 4 riders left to jump then in this first round of competition. 1 for Sweden, 1 for Germany, 1 for Poland and 1 for Spain. Philip Svitzer is next up for Sweden, riding Alida Nike. This is the horse that he also rode to the Europeans in Villamora last year. Beating this horse at 2-star level very recently. Sweden on a score of 0, a 40 and a 12. So the 40 is what they'd like to drop. Philip Svitzer trying to get a score lower than that to add to his team's count. He's got 1 fence down so far though. Jumped this horse in the Nations Cup competition at Centaur Park in April. No. Now 2 down, so it's racking up a bit for the Swedish team. Has to work hard through the triple at the end there. But it's 8, 2 fences down for Philip Svitzer. They will therefore discount the 40. They will count the clear, the 12 and the 8. Their score from the first round then is 20. It's a little ahead of the Czech Republic, but again, it could be pretty tricky We know that Poland will be behind both of those teams as they have that elimination and a score of 23. So Poland will be on at least 27. But let's see. Germany are next. Their final rider is Emilia Losa. Emilia rides Les Sodero. The German team have 2 8-faulting scores and 1 4-faulting score so far. She's been competing, this horse, in a number of different high-profile shows, including at Hagen and at Leipzig in the 3-star competitions at that World Cup final show. 2 top 10s in Leipzig and 1 5th place in Hagen in a 2-star. Couple down already though, Germany on the 8, the 4 and another 8. Now this is so far another 8. Yes, Emilia Losa will close things off with 8 penalties as well. So Germany therefore will discount one of the scores of 8, but they will count 2 more and a 4. So they'll finish this first round on 20 as well. Looking difficult for Germany to make it through to the second round, which is really out of character. They've been so strong, so consistent. They are the country who have fielded teams at every leg so far. They are the season standing leaders. But now it looks like they might not make it through to our second round. They might just squeak in there on time. Over to Poland now. 2 riders left to jump. The first of those is Aleksander Lewandowski. He rides Can Wero. The Polish team have 1 elimination, remember, so whatever Alexander does here will certainly count for the team score. Fence down already. Takes them up to 31. That would be the highest score that we have so far. So Poland, sadly, it is not looking like they will go forward to our second round. His total racks up to 12. It's just not the day for the Polish team here. Final fence down as well, so it's 20 for Aleksander Lewandowski. Adding that to the 23 and the 4, that gives Poland 47 in our first round. They are in the last spot at the moment. They're in 47th. Just in front of them are the Czech Republic on 24. Ahead of them are Italy on 21. But actually now Sweden and Germany could well be safe on their 20 penalties. They might well now go through to the second round. Of course, the scores from the first round and the second round are added together to give an overall total. The final team coming forward in the first round, though, is Spain. Spain have 2 8-faulting rounds and 1 16. So even if their final rider, that is Diego Ramos Maniero, even if he can jump clear with Encantado CSG, Spain will be on at least 24. Oh, the fence falls, so that's going to take Team Spain up to 28 at the moment as a team total. Yeah, one fence down for Diego Ramos Maniero.
Fence number 10 in Qatar zagen we Diego Ramos Maniero. 4 strafpunten.
So Spain will drop the score of 16, but they're going to go on to 20 penalties. They'll count 2 8 faulting rounds and 1 4 faulting round. They will go on to 20. Well, as we suspected, the final team who will be knocked out after this first round will be decided on time. Team Poland will certainly not be going forward to the second round. They finish on 47. Czech Republic also not able to progress to the second round. They are on a score of 24. Similarly, Italy are out of the game now with 21. We have 3 teams on 20 penalties apiece. They are Sweden, Germany and Spain. Those teams having very different fortunes in this young rider competition versus the junior competition, particularly Spain. So one of those teams will also drop out of the running based on time. So we'll bring you the full lineup for the second round as soon as we have it. But the team out in front are Switzerland. They are the only team on a score of 4. No teams finishing with a clean sheet here. But it's then pretty tight. We have 3 teams on a score of 8. They are Denmark, Belgium and Norway. We have 1 team on 12, that's Great Britain. 1 team on 18, which is the Netherlands, and then we have room for 2 on 20, which will be either 2 of either Sweden, Germany or Spain. Well, as you can see, we have the arena being reset and re-leveled once more here. Again, we have an individual competition that takes place in between the 2 rounds of this Nations Cup competition. It is the BWG Stables Prize, which kicks off in about 10 minutes time. That's 5:35 local time or 4:35 if you're watching in the UK. So the arena is just being prepared. There are 19 horse and rider combinations coming forward in that individual competition. We'll then have the prize giving for that, and then we will be back with the second round of this young rider competition. So around 10 minutes to the start of the individuals, then 19 riders, so followed by the individual prize giving. So I would anticipate that the second round of this Nations Cup young rider competition will be beginning in no less than 45 minutes time. Do join us again then. We have the top 8 teams coming forward to that second round. The top of those out in front is Switzerland. We'll be back in around 45 minutes time for the second round.
So the first start, Germany, second Sweden, third Norway, fourth Great Britain, fifth Belgium, sixth Denmark, seventh Norway en 8th Zwitserland. Dat is de startvolgorde, dames en heren, voor straks voor de tweede ronde van de Spruce Meadows Prize, de Nations Cup Young Riders. paar minuutjes, dames en heren, dan vervolgen we met de in-between 3 hier de BWG Stedelsprijs. De plek waar vroeger de boerderij van de ouders van de familie Schreuder stond is vanaf 1998 langzaam uitgegroeid tot een professionele spring- en handelstal voor paarden op nationaal en internationaal niveau. In december 2016 volledig afgebouwd tot een schitterend klinisch complex. Samen vormen ze met alle medewerkers het sterrenteam waarin Oxford hoog in het vaandel staat. Onze visie is samen met het gehele team zo goed mogelijk op het hoogste niveau te blijven presteren, waarbij het welzijn en de sportiviteit van de waarden voorop staan. Dat is waar deze sponsor voor staat, het bedrijf van Ben, Willem en Remco Schreuder, dames en heren, BWG Stables. Dames en heren, welkom terug vanaf hierboven. We gaan kijken naar de BWG Stables Prize. Big Tour, table A against the clock, 1 meter 45, 19 compete in this class. De eerste combinatie, dames en heren, vertegenwoordigt Nederland met de Meninobre Lina van de Laagse Heide Z. Zangersrijdige Fok uit 2012. Dat was Terechtman Chin Chin. Aandacht vraag ik voor Nikita Tjoe voor Nederland.
I'm running out of ways to make you see. I want you to stay here beside me. I won't be okay and I won't pretend I am. So just tell me today. Take my hand, please take my hand, please take my hand, please take my hand, please take my hand, just say yes, just say there's nothing holding you back.
Eerste combinatie in deze rubriek, dames en heren, namens Nederland. 8 strafpunten op 5 en 9, 70, 30 honderdste, 1 penalty point, 70-30. Nikita Tjoe namens Nederland met Noble Lina van de Laagse Heide Z. De man dan uit Zevenum, dames en heren, met de KWPN ruim Happy de media uit 2012. Van Octangelo en Ovatio naar de stand Thijssen, dames en heren. De Nederlandse zin, Mans Thijssen, nummer 2.
For God's sake, dear.
Uitsluiting, de tweede ongehoorzaamheid op hindernis 8A, dames en heren, voor deze combinatie. Elimination, because of the second refusal. Happy zagen we en Hans Thijssen namens Nederland onder nummer 2. Bombay de Beaufort, de mee met deze mooie naam uit 2011 van Newton de Krijsker. En uit de mee van de bekende Toulon, dames en heren, namens Italië, Sofia Mazzetti, the third competitor in this competition.
Just say yes. Just say there's nothing holding you back. It's not a test, nor a trick of the mind, only love. Just say yes, 'cause I'm aching. I know you are too. For the touch of your warm skin as I breathe you in.
In total 12 penalty points for this combination number 3 for Italy, Sofia Mazzetti en Bombay de Beaufort. 12 strafpunten, 69-99 de gereden tijd. We blijven in Italië, dames en heren, met ook het vierde startnummer. Gepresenteerd wordt de Belgisch maandbloedpaard Next Maurice uit 2012 van punten van de Zuidwolde de Poitiers met Lorenzo Parabloro. In 75-74, one-time penalty for this combination for Italy. Maurice, de ex-win door Lorenzo Barbadoro. Geen tijdstrafpunt genoteerd. Naar Nederland met Pem Nieuwenhuis. Hij brengt de Farmers Apple KWBN gefokte ruim. 12 jaar oud van Winnie Moed van den Hagenberg en Bolvorms Libero A, dames en heren. Pem Nieuwenhuis, de Netherlands. Next starter, number 5.
I'm back on my things and gone. If it happens again,
Een prima rit, dames en heren, 73-29. En zo hebben we een nieuwe leider. Een nieuwe leader, time to beat 73-29. De Netherlands Farmers Apple. We zetten er bovenaan de lijst, prima gedaan. Pep Nieuwenhuis. Naar Groot-Brittannië. We zijn toe aan start nummer 6 van in totaal 19. De KWBN Golia. 11 jaar oud, Bustigman Doriano. Gebracht voor Groot-Brittannië door Red Morgan. Well done, a new leader again, 71-14, a clear run and the fastest time until now for Great Britain. Red Morgan met Golia, dames en heren. En zo weer een nieuwe leider, 71-14. Van het zevende combinatienummer vertegenwoordigt Denemarken met Now or and Ever, de ruim 2012 van de bekende numero uno en komt dan mee. 3 Roos Lindegren rukt voor Denmark. Next starter number 7. Wins for penalty points, the result for the combination 7 now and ever zagen we op 8B 72-55 voor penalty points. Rose Lindegren rukt zagen we en dan gaan we van Denemarken naar Finland met uit 2007 stammende ruim Vancouver. Aan overaan gefokt van Valentino Malfokland met Antonia Virtanen voor Finland. Next starter.
Leon Payne, Magic. Simple, you diplo, your hips roll, you do the calypso, an intro is all
21 penalty points, including one for the time in 75.40. The time for this combination: Antonia Viltaan in Finland en Vancouver. Onder nummer 8, 21 strafpunten totaal. King Kong van het Walissenhof, Belgisch Waardoor maakte Kong deze uit 2010 stammende ruim. Een soort van Thomas de Muus en Kodexko. Filippa en Mark for Sweden, the next starter.
What's on your mind for later tonight? Let me be the one to fill it up. Come bring it. Familiar. I'm feeling up. What's on your mind for later tonight? Let me be the one to fill it up. Come bring it. Your waistline, the baseline. In real life, don't wanna know FaceTime. 'Cause great minds, they think just the same. Hey, yeah. You shape like vibrato, a model of some kind of bottle. We'll pour up, 'cause I wanna taste the taste. Oh, I just wanted to get your name. Babe, it's cool, I wanna get inside your. Come bring it. Familiar. I'm feeling up. What's on your mind for later tonight? Let me be the one to fill it up. Come bring it. Familiar. I'm feeling up. What's on your mind for later tonight? Let me be the one to fill it up. Come bring it.
Well done in this combination for Sweden, the number 9 King Kong van het Walissenhof en Filippa and Mark. A clear round in 72.15, and that's the second place so far. Well done. Plek nummer 2, 72.15. Alicia Tim is de volgende namens Canada. De Loknavata As, de media uit 2008 van Luidam. Combination number 10 is in the arena.
Come bring it. What's on your mind for later tonight? Let me be the one to fill it up. Come bring it. Familiar. I'm feeling up. What's on your mind for later tonight? Let me be the one to fill it up. Come bring it.
Do you recall not long ago when you would walk on the sidewalk? Innocent, remember? All we did was care for each other. But the night was warm, we were bold and young. All around, the wind blows, we would only hold on to let go. Blackest fire gun, we need someone to lean on. Blackest fire gun, all we need is somebody to lean on. Blackest fire gun, we need someone to lean on. Blackest.
Also clear this combination in 71.94. Also a second place now for Alicia Tim. En de Loknavata zijn onder nummer 10. Maar zo is het toch stuivertje wisselen om die bovenste plekken. En begroeten we een Nederlandse Amazone, Bob Skinnikels. Zij brengt de media 2010 van Eros Plaquet, genaamd deze mening Evita van Spieringen. Number 11, the Netherlands, Bob Skinnikels.
Will we walk down the same road? Will you be there by my side? Standing strong as the waves roll over. And the nights are long, longing for you to come home. All around, the wind blows, we would only hold on to let go. Blackest fire gun, we need someone to lean on. Blackest fire gun, all we need is somebody to lean on. Blackest fire
8 strafpunten zagen op 7 en op 8 weer voor Bas Kerkhoffs, Nederlandse Amazone met Vita van Spieringen in deze WWG Staples Prize, dames en heren. 1 penalty point, 70-57. Duitsland brengt de kwart Walter Holstein Fox eruit. Uit 2011 van Pirado en een van Carlato. Vicky Benchon, het nächste paard, die nummer 12 voor Duitsland.
I love the colorful clothes she wears and the way the sunlight plays upon her hair. I hear the sound of a gentle wind on the wind that lifts her perfume through the air. I'm picking up good vibrations. She's giving me excitations. She's somehow closer now. Softly smile, I know she must be kind. In her eyes, she goes with me to a blossom room. I'm picking up good vibrations. She's giving me excitations. I'm picking up good vibrations. She's giving me
Strafpunten 71-57, waar Walter en Vicky Benchon zagen namens Duitsland deze combinatie. En dan zijn we toe aan het startnummer 19 van in totaal 19 nummers in deze rubriek. Zweden brengt aan start All I Got Is You. We gaan met deze naam uit 2010 van Algot en Robin Z. En samen zit Josephine Olsson voor Sweden. In total 12 penalty points, 8A, 8B and 12B was down. 12 penalty points, 70-76 the time for Sweden. Josephine Olsson, All I Got Is You. Johan geven namens Duitsland Carasina. De Holstein Ameri 2011 van Carico. De Ameri van San Patrignano Cassini. Johan geven Duitsland, die nummer 14. Startpunkt der 8a sieht sie 85, die Zeit für Deutschland. Zaken Johan Greven met Kakachina onder nummer 14. En we zijn door de laatste 5 combinaties. KWB Ruimtebrand Excellent. Excellent van Lexicon Ramiro uit 2009, dames en heren. Uit Nederland gaan we kijken naar Kim Jacobs. In 73-65 de springval gemaakt op Wimmelis met 4 penalty. Kim Jacobs namens Nederland bracht de eruit excellent ball on 73-65. Ja, Rukker is de volgende onder nummer 16 met KWBN met Evita. Evita uit 2009. Het geboortejaar van deze dokter van Kashmir, van het Schuttershof en Wolfgang. Ja, Rukker van Canada. Next starter number 16. Second refusal for this combination number 16 on fence number 9 elimination voor Lea Rukker zagen we namens Canada. De tweede ongehoorzaamheid met Ready Evita onder nummer 16. We hebben er nog 3 te gaan, dames en heren, in deze BWD Stables Prize. En we gaan naar Nederland. Nederlands Amazone Fleur Holleman brengt aan start een zoon van Librador. En dat is de ruim Fantik, KWBN gevochten uit 2010. Start nummer 17. De Netherlands is in. Next starter is Fleur Holleman.
Red
Een tijdstrafpunt, dames en heren, in 75-19, want daar penalty voor Fleur Holland, de Netherlands en Valtiek. Voor de laatste combinatie, Polen is in de nummer 18. Ferrari K, ook KWBN deze Heksnor, 2013, 12 jaar oud uit Cardenento en Colland. Maximilian Pakinti voor Polen.
De prijsbereiding. 62 wordt Red Alicia de Lorenzo Jones.
Show, kicking with your torso. Boys getting high and the girls even more so. Wave your hands if you're not with a man. Can I kick it?
Red Alicia
You got, we got everybody. I got the gift, gotta stick it in the goal. It's time to move your body. Babylon back in business. Can I get a witness? Every girl, every man. Houston, do you hear me? Ground control, can you feel me? Need permission to land. I don't wanna rock, DJ.
Also cleared is number 18, clear round in 72-44. Well done, Maximilian Pakinti voor Polen en Ferrari K weggebracht. En zo zijn we toe aan de laatste combinatie. 19 startnummers. Met nummer 19 begroeten we met de medaille M. Belgisch warmbloedpaard, vervokte ruim. 10 jaar oud inmiddels van Triomf de Ridderland en Pompeië met Noorwegen Maria Louise Kingsrud. Laatste combinatie, dames en heren, van deze BBG Stables Prize.
You got no love, then you're with the wrong man. It's time to move your body. If you can't get a girl, but your best friend can. It's time to move your body. I don't wanna be sleazy. Baby, just tease me. Got no family plan. Houston, do you hear me? Ground control, can you feel me? Need permission to land. I don't wanna ride.
Altijd jammer, dames en heren, uitsluiting vanwege de tweede ongehoorzaamheid op hindernis 1 elimination because of the second refusal on the first fence for Norway. Marie-Louise Kingsrud en Medaar. Kijken, dames en heren, naar de BWG Stables Prize. De in-between in de Nations Cup van de Young Riders. De beste 6 ga ik u noemen. De winner is Red Morgan met Rodia in 71-14. Second place goes to Alicia Tim met 71-94. Dan de third position, Flipa and Mark, 72-15. Position number 4, Maximilian Pakinti voor Polen in 72-44. Pep, nieuwjaars Nederland op plek nummer 5, 73-29. En Fleur Holleman, ook zijn namens Nederland op plek nummer 6 in 75-13. Dat zijn de beste 6 en die mogen zich gaan melden voor het binnenrijden van de huldiging. BWG Stables, dames en heren, de plek waar vroeger de boerderij van de ouders van Schreuder stond, is vanaf 1998 langzaam uitgegroeid tot een professionele spring- en handelstal voor paarden op nationaal en internationaal niveau. In december 2016 is deze hoeve volledig afgebouwd tot het schitterende Hippisch complex. Samen vormen ze met alle medewerkers een sterk team waarin topsport hoog in het vaandel staat. Onze visie is dan ook samen met het gehele team zo goed mogelijk op het hoogste niveau te blijven presteren, waarbij het welzijn en de sportiviteit van de paarden voorop staan. Een mooie slogan, dames en heren, van BWG Stables van Ben, Willem en Gerto Schreuder. namens BWG Stables gaat de felicitaties overbrengen aan de winnaar. Hij was de allersnelste Red Morgan, Great Britain in 71.14. Mooie fotomoment heeft hij gemaakt en de felicitaties. Hij vertegenwoordigt de international jury Leo Jongsten namens België, dames en heren. Ook hij gaat feliciteren. En natuurlijk Ingrid Snijders namens het bestuur. Zij brengt de felicitaties over ook aan de nummer 1. Dan de tweede plek. Congratulations aan Alicia in Canada. Eva en Mark, Sweden. De third one. Maximilian Martini voor Polen. Place number 4. Op 5 met Nieuwenhuis, Nederland. En op 6 Fleur Holman, Nederland. Snijders heeft de felicitaties overgebracht, dames en heren. Dan gaan we de posities innemen. En dan verzoek ik de firma Kompans de muziek te gaan starten, dames en heren. En voorop de trotse winnaar van deze rubriek, Red Morgan. Een bijdrage aan deze fantastische prijs. Natuurlijk internationaal jury Leo Joosten, vertegenwoordiging België. En natuurlijk ook Ingrid Snijders namens het bestuur. Van vandaag de tweede ronde, namelijk de vrijdag de Nations of Young Riders against the clock with the jump off 1 meter 45 international jumping competition, the Spruce Meadows Prize.
hem net verkocht. Herman in de zon op een terras. Leest in KD dat hij niet meer in leven was. Zijn auto was volledig afgebrand. En de man die hem gekocht had, stond onder zijn naam in de krant. Rustig ademhalen. Lijkt of het regent als altijd. Maar het regent en het regent. Zonnestralen. Een week geleden in een park in Amsterdam had hij zijn leven overzien als nog zeer lang. Hij was een man wiens leven nu al was bepaald. En van al zijn jonge stromen was alleen het oud worden gehaald. Rustig ademhalen. Lijkt of het regent als altijd. Maar het regent en het regent. Zonnestralen.
Hello and welcome back everybody to this Youth Nations Cup competition. Of course, this afternoon we're bringing you the second round now of the Young Rider Nations Cup competition. We've already had the first round and we've whittled down the 12 teams that started earlier this afternoon to 8 for the second round. The teams not making it through in this competition are Poland, they are Poland, the Czech Republic and Italy. But our final team, we are just still waiting for confirmation as to which team lost out on a spot here. Because of course we had 3 teams who had a total of 20. Our first rider is now in the ring though. This is Johanna Beckman. Johanna Beckman of the Swedish team. They are the first to tackle this second round course. Johanna Beckman jumped clear in the first round. But as I say, we will just confirm all of this for you as soon as the information has been updated.
Hervorragend, ohne Fehler 73:08. Das erste Mal für Deutschland. Johanna Beckmann und Chardonnay, dames en heren. Fantastische Farblaufrit.
Well, yes, a bit of an error on our scoreboard there. The first rider, in fact, for Sweden is Janelle Larsson. She did indeed jump clear in the first round, however, and now jumps clear. No, excuse me, Johanna Beckman, 8 in the first round and a clear in this second round. Just making sure that these scores are updating for you on your screens. Our next starter is for Sweden. So Germany making it through into this second round on their 20 penalties. From the first round, Sweden, the next team, making it through again on 20 penalties. Their first rider, Janelle Larson, indeed was clear in the first round. Riding Kingston 43. Ooh, Janelle Larson. A bit of a misunderstanding there at that fence.
De teamlid namens Zweden uitgesloten vanwege de tweede hoogteheid elimination.
Crashes through the
Voor Janelle Larsson, een actief met
first part of the double combination there.
de medewerkers beneden even bedankt om op te bouwen, dames en heren. En dan kijk ik zo namelijk de wel voor de eerste combinatie van Team Nederland.
Unfortunately, it is elimination then for Janelle Larson
Nederland, dames en heren,
of Sweden. They are on a total of 20, however, for the first round. And so it was looking a little unlikely that they would be challenging for the lead in any case, but they still have 3 riders to come and they still can count 3 scores in the second round. Now we go to the Netherlands. The first rider out for the Dutch team is Iris Michaels. Iris rides Bugano de l'Abbé, and she picked up 9 penalties in the first round, contributing to the team total of 18 in the first round. Netherlands then just 2 penalties ahead of Germany and Sweden. Good start for the German team though, with the clear from Johanna Beckman. Iris Michaels now looking to improve on the score of 9, but she's had a fence already. She also competed this horse on the Longines EEF Nations Cup leg in Bratislava. That was just about a week ago. So not only is she jumping in this young rider competition, she is also the young rider on the Longines EEF series as well. Netherlands could do with not adding to this score, because there is hardly any gap from them then down to Sweden and Germany. Just the 1 fence down for Iris Michaels. So 9 in the first round, 4 in the second round, and potentially adds to the team total of 18, but they still have 3 riders yet to come. So it's very difficult when we have the first riders of the teams to be able to say what their cumulative score will be. Remember, they count the top 3, the best 3 scores from the first round and the best 3 scores from the second round. Those don't need to be from the same riders. They just need to be the best 3 scores. Those scores are all added together then to give a total. Nicole Lockhead-Anderson is now in the ring for Great Britain. First fence down for her, unfortunately. Previously competed the pony Gangnam Style 2 onto the gold medal winning team at the Pony Europeans at Bishop Burton in 2018. That is a pony now ridden by Tabitha Kyle. Here though, Nicole Lockhead-Anderson rides Miss Aragona PS. She had 1 fence down in the first round. She's had 1 down so far here. And in fact, all 4 riders for the British team picked up 4 penalties each. So with 1 drop score, they finish on 12. But again, you know, it's pretty close here. Oh, she's had another fence now. It's pretty close on the leaderboard. You know, Great Britain are on 12. Nicole Lockhead Anderson just stopping the clock within the time allowed, but has 8 penalties. And then just ahead of Great Britain, Belgium and Denmark, as well as Norway, are all on 8. Switzerland are in the lead with 4, but there's not much to separate these teams. Next up then is Sascha Beguin of Belgium. Gave that fence a good rattle with L Cup Van Beek to Z. Belgium are one of those teams on 8. They're just a fence ahead of Great Britain, and they are alongside 2 other teams also on 8 penalties. Sascha Beguin of Belgium had a clear round in the first round, 1 down here so far. That's been a line that's been very tricky. The Oxer at 10, then down to that upright at 11. It was influential in the first round, as was this triple combination, particularly the last element. The time allowed is 75 seconds and Sascha Beguin is well within that. 1 fence down for Belgium. They still have the chance to keep on their score of 8, of course, because they still have 3 riders to come.
Denmark, de first starter voor Denmark, is bringing meneer Sienna. Sienna, dames en heren, 2007 van Slotsenberg met Maria.
Well, we turn now to another of the teams on a score of 8 from the first round, this time for Denmark. Denmark had 2 4-faulting rounds and a clear to count. And one of those 4 faulting rounds was ridden by this rider, Maria Barnevits-Schue. She rides Sienna 2. This is the horse that she took to the Europeans in Villamora last year, those Youth European Championships. That was her second Youth European Championships. Her first was at this very venue in 2019. Had a fence down now. So Denmark and Belgium both in a very similar position. Maria Barnevits-Schue unfortunately now on the 8. Belgium in a little bit of a stronger position, but of course these could be the drop scores. We have to see what the riders coming will do. Safely down that last line, stops the clock in 72.65 and gives that horse a big hug around the neck. It really means so much to these riders to be able to compete here representing their country. So Maria Barnevits-Schue of Denmark picks up 8 in the second round. On now to Jenny Krogsæter of Norway. Norway are the final team on a score of 8 from the first round. They counted a clear of 4 and another 4. Unfortunately, their third rider was eliminated in the first round. That was Martina Mariero Mo. Jenny Krogsæter 1 down so far. Ooh, now another fence falling for the Norwegian. She was clear in the first round, and so it just goes to show, just because they've jumped this course and had a clear round in the first round, it absolutely doesn't mean that they're going to do it in the second round. There's a lot riding on this competition. They are representing their countries, and of course We do not have very many legs of this series left. This is in fact the penultimate leg for the young riders. Only here and then Hagen before the Nations Cup final for the youth categories. So the pressure really is on. So 8 is the total for Jenny Krogsatter of Norway. A clear and an 8 there. The final team coming forward in this first round, in this first lineup of riders, in this second round of competition is Switzerland. They are in the lead following the first round. This rider is Leon Pieri. Leon rides Verona VZ. And the Swiss team bring forward just 4 penalties from the first round. They are the leading team. They counted 2 clears and a 4. In fact, they were the only team to have 2 riders jump clear. So looking very strong. Switzerland at the moment are in 3rd place in the overall season standings. They count a 3rd place, a 2nd place and a 4th place, and so are on a total of 240 points. Germany are going to be rather down the running, so they're the season leaders. Italy are out of things, so Italy are going to not add too much to their total. Here again we just see what the pressure of this competition can do. It's a difficult course as well, so 2 down for Leon Pieri. Of course, again, you know, it's difficult to say at this stage what their team total will be, but once we get to these second riders, then we start to see what the minimum score is that they can count, because of course they can drop 1 score, but they can't drop 2. So just doing a little bit of quick maths there for you. Italy will be finishing in 10th place. They'll get 35 points for that, and therefore they'll go on to 205 in the overall season standings. Germany can be no worse than 8th, so at least they'll add 45. They'll go on to 345. So with Switzerland being on 240, it means Switzerland need to win and Germany need to come 8th in order for Switzerland to take the lead. Quite a big ask. Now it's the turn of the reigning young rider gold medalist individually. This is Matthijs Westendarp riding for Germany. He had just 1 fence down in the first round. Here he's riding Chillert Blue. Germany have 1 clear already in this second round, and as we saw from the junior competition, a good performance in the second round can really see the teams climb. So just the 1 fence down in this round as well for Matthijs Westendarp. 4 and 4, so Germany in theory can still finish on their score of 20 with 3 clears. And yes, that is exactly the situation that we saw earlier in the day with the Spanish team. They came forward in 8th place into the second round, but then had 3 clear rounds and ended up in 2nd. So just goes to show a good performance in the second round can really see the teams climbing up the rankings quite dramatically. No room for error. Carla Peterson in next for Sweden. This was the drop score in the first round. Carla Peterson unfortunately picked up 40 penalties. As you might imagine, there was a refusal in there, and therefore a number of time penalties. Now this is a score that has to count though for Sweden, as Janelle Larsson was eliminated. carefully through that double. This is the tricky line. It's this big open oxer at 9, then down to the delicate fence at 10, very nicely through there. Yeah, and the middle part of the triple goes there as well, so it's 8 for Carla Peterson of Sweden. That means that Sweden will finish on at least 28. So you can instantly see Sweden will be on at least 28. Germany have the potential to be on 20 or on 24, depending how their third and fourth riders go. So it sort of looks like Germany are heading ahead of Sweden at the moment. Still a long way to go though. We certainly can't guarantee that. Sky Morsinkov is next up for the Netherlands. She picked up 14 in the first round, and that was the drop score for the Dutch team. They come forward into the second round on 18. Sky rides G Vingino Blue. This is the horse that she rode to the Europeans last year. G Vingino Blue is an 11-year-old mare by VDL Zirocco Blue. Has to ride a bit for the distance in that double. Let's see how this distance comes up. Yeah, it gets quite close, but it works for them. This is a previous ride of Danny G. Waldman. The Israeli show jumper who you may have seen in the equestrian news has decided to hang up her boots recently. Sky Morsinkov then. Great clear round. We really haven't seen very many clears at all. But a clear for the Netherlands. It's great to see that improvement in her performance as well. Going from the 14 to the clear. Back to Great Britain now then, and riding Billy Trysill, this is Ava Vernon. Ava had one fence down along with all of her teammates. In the first round, Billy Trysill's a 9-year-old now. Had one start at 1.60 m height. Been ridden in the past by Holly Smith as well as by Pippa Funnell and by Lucy Townley. So an experienced horse despite that relatively young age. Ava comes here from the show in Fontainebleau, where she jumped in some young rider competitions with this horse and in some 2-stars. Great Britain on 12 from the first round. They've gotten 8 so far in the second round. It'd be great to drop that score and keep a bit closer to the 12. Just the last line for Ava. Ooh. The orange oxer at the back of the arena falls there. Nicely down the triple though, and the time is good, 71.98. So Ava Vernon drops one fence once more. That means that Great Britain will add at least 4, so they'll be on a minimum score of 16. That still keeps them ahead of Germany. It still keeps them ahead of Sweden. Also still keeps them ahead of the Netherlands. Aiko Pariden now is up for Belgium. Now this was a tricky round actually in the first round. Aiko Pariden picked up 34 with Libel de Muse in the first round. That was the drop score for the Belgian team. The other members of the team all jumped well, however. Competes this horse in junior classes as well as young riders and in some under 25s. I don't think she did a huge amount wrong there, actually. I think the horse just didn't maintain the height required. Well, it'll run to the last 69.95. It's a very good time, but 12 is the score for Aiko Pariden. So 34 in the first round and 12 in the second round. It's certainly an improvement. It means that Belgium will finish on at least 12 because they have the 8 from the first round and a 4 and a 12 now. So the minimum they can finish on is 12. Back to Denmark now then, and Theodore Lind, who jumped clear in the first round, is now jumping to keep Denmark ahead of Belgium. A clear would keep them with the potential to still finish ahead of Belgium. A fence down would have them in a similar sort of position, really. Theodore Lind rides Leha. This pair were 14th in a 1:45 under 25 Grand Prix just about 10 days ago. But what a performance. Brilliant clear round for the Danish rider. A double clear. And, you know, we've seen that we really haven't had very many clears at all, so that's a pretty exceptional performance to have a double clear from the Danish rider. That's a really standout performance in terms of the riders that we've had coming in this competition so far. The only double clear that we have seen. Keeps Denmark potentially on 8. Keeps them ahead of Belgium in any case. Norway are up next. They are the third team, coming forward with 8 from the first round. They have one score of 8. So again, a clear would keep them level with Denmark, but a fence down would drop them next to Belgium. Good positive jump at the water and gets it back well. Sin Marit Id of Norway rides Klein Sherry. That was, yeah, the horse just sort of kicked back there. So a fence down means that Norway can finish on no less than 12. Go about level with Belgium. Well, one fence down then for the Norwegian rider. It gives a minimum score for the team of 12. Just the one team left to bring forward their second rider. That's Switzerland, our current leaders. Their next rider is Sira Akula.
Cola for Switzerland.
Sira rides Grace once more in this second round. Sira's a 21-year-old rider and came 13th with this horse in the Young Rider Grand Prix in Lamprechtshausen. Also rode on the Young Rider Nations Cup team at Lamprechtshausen, but that was with the horse Super Freaky. Switzerland then they have an 8 vaulting score, so a clear here would mean that they could stay within touching distance of finishing on 4. A 4 vaulting round would move them on to 8, and so on. Ooh! A fence down and a refusal for Sira Akola. The double there is just going to need to be reset, so it's 8 so far. Well, we've said that things can change very, very quickly, and they certainly can. Now, Switzerland, our leaders, have had 2 riders start with 2 fences, well, with one with 2 fences down and one with a fence down and a refusal, and with the time penalties added here as well, it looks like this will be a score bigger than 8. Looks like Switzerland then will be on at least 12. Heads Denmark into a bit of a stronger position. Just says to the horse, come on, let's get on with this round. Let's just get round the rest of the course. Sira Akola knows that this is going to be the drop score now. 80.86 gives them 18. That's the score that the Swiss team will certainly be looking to drop. But they will be on at least 12 now. That drops them behind Denmark. Denmark are the only team who could still finish on 8. Norway will be on at least 12. Belgium will be on at least 12. Great Britain will be on at least 16. Changes so very quickly in this competition. Back to Germany then. Germany, of course, the first team drawn, well, the first team to go in this second round, of course, going in reverse order of merit. Their third rider here is Sunke Fallenberg with Vescovino. Sunke had 2 fences down in the first round. Germany sitting on 20 from the first round, a clear and a 4 so far. Sunke Fallenberg jumping extremely well here. Oh, a great clear! A great clear when it matters for Germany. Well, that's why this team are so extremely consistent. So 2 clears now. Germany might well stay on a score of 20, and it puts the pressure on the other teams. We already know that Sweden will drop behind that. Now we go back to Sweden. The third rider for the Swedish team is Cora Hearn, who rides Chaginu. This again is the horse that she took to the Europeans last year for a team 14th for Sweden. But this pair come fresh from a win in the Young Rider Grand Prix at Drammen. That was just about 2 weeks ago. They were also 6th in a speed class in Drammen. 4th in one of the rounds of the Les Talents Hermès, that under 25 competition at the Hermès show in Paris. Sweden, remember their first rider was unfortunately eliminated, so any scores now have to count. They're on 28 as it stands. Oh, a fence down for Cora Hearn. Sweden go up to 32 penalties. But I think they'll be all too aware that they're looking for a completion now. They're not going to be challenging the lead, or indeed a podium finish. Good down the final line though, it is just the one fence down. It's an improvement on their score in the first round. They had 12 there, so 4 to add. For Cora Hearn puts the team on to 32, as I say. The third team on the list for this second round are the Netherlands. The Netherlands also having so far a pretty successful time in the second round. They have a 4 faulting round and a clear. Vincent Dings is next to take to the stage. He picked up 5 penalties in the first round. So as the scores here are very, very close, we could really do without time penalties because that can make all of the difference. Netherlands on 18 from the first round. They have that clear and that 4. So a clear from Vincent would keep them on 18. A fence down would put them onto 22. That would drop them behind Germany. That's how quickly it can change. The horse that Vincent's riding here is Daylight. This is a 14-year-old gelding by Ustinov. The Netherlands are down in 11th place on our leaderboard, but this is only their second appearance of the season in the young rider category. This is looking very, very good indeed. Oh, a great clear! Vincent Dings of the Netherlands keeps all of the fences up, and it's a very fast time as well. That is one of the fastest rounds we've seen, 68.16. Time allowed is 75 seconds, remember, so a good way inside. A clear for the Dutch rider. Keeps the Netherlands on 18. Very impressive performance. Back to Great Britain now, and to Daisy McKinley with Darjeeling Dessier. Great Britain had 12 in the first round. They have a 4 and an 8 in the second round. So a clear here from Daisy would keep them ahead of the Netherlands. A fence down would drop them behind. Darjeeling Dessier is a 9-year-old by Mozart de Hayet. Previously ridden by Chloe Reynolds up to 2018. Interestingly, Great Britain's riders all just dropped 1 pole each in the first round. A full set of identical scores. Oh, a fence down. Great Britain now on at least 20. They are level with Germany. They drop behind the Netherlands. It looks like Daisy McKinley might opt to retire there, but I'll just confirm that for you because the time penalties are racking up as well. It did look like there was a hand up, but she could be completing. No, looking to complete. The hand up must have been for something else. So for Daisy McKinley and Darjeeling Dessier, the total is 35. Well, that is certainly going to be the drop score for the British team, and so bar an elimination. So actually now they go on to 24. They drop behind Germany, and they just stay a hair ahead of Sweden.
Dan zijn we toe aan team België. Het vijfde team, ook daarvan het derde teamlid. KWBN Ruim Hurricane genaamd. Uit 2012 van de Dutchste Karlstad. Aaron Nijskens.
On to Belgium, and Aaron Tieskens. Aaron had just the one fence down in the first round, contributing to the 8 for Belgium in the first round. He also competed at the 2017 and 2018 Europeans, back then with Superbe de la Luena. This horse here today, though, is Hurricane. It's a 10-year-old gelding by Untouched out of Papillon, who is by Karlstad. They had a 5th place in a youth competition in Fontainebleau quite recently. It was at the end of April. Belgium will be on at least 12 regardless, because they have a 4 faulting and a 12 faulting round. So Aaron's jumping to keep them on 12. Otherwise a fence down would have them go on to 16. Oh, just that last fence falls, and we had so many riders clipping the last fence in the first round of competition. So 1 fence down for Aaron Tieskens of Belgium. Means that the Belgian team go on to 16 penalties. They are just ahead of the Netherlands, but only just.
Also de third one voor dit team. Sapkini wordt verwacht het ruim uit 2009 van Jacques en Caretano. Caroline Rehoff Pedersen is the next one, competitor number 3 for Denmark.
Well, Caroline Rehoff Pedersen is next in for Denmark with Chasieni. Danish team also picked up 8 penalties in the first round. They have an 8 and a clear in the second round. So Caroline is looking to keep them on the 8 for now. A fence down would put them on 12. They'd still stay ahead of Belgium, having said that. But a clear would be really very helpful. We have Norway already at least on 12, and Switzerland also at least on 12. So if Denmark can keep themselves and keep a clear here, that would have them on 16. They wouldn't be far behind the other 2 teams. Well, 1 fence down, no time penalties to add, but 1 fence down for Caroline Rehoff Pedersen. That's exactly what she did in the first round, and good from 9 to 10 as well. Oh dear. Martina Mariero Mo is not having the best day, sadly eliminated here again. 2 refusals, of course, means elimination, so that then puts Norway on 20. They'll have to count the 8 and the 4, puts them on 20, drops them level with Germany. Drops them right down the leaderboard.
For Switzerland.
This is the final rider in our third riders. For Switzerland, it's Shirel Schornoz, who had 16 in the first round. That was the drop score for the Swiss team, but they come forward with just 4 to count because that was the drop score. So far they have an 8 and an 18. Oh, a brilliant clear for Shirel Schornoz of Switzerland. Just what the team needed. So hopefully they can drop the score of 18 and count the clear in the 8. So far would have them on 12. Still very difficult to say at the moment what the final results will be. There's a bit of a disagreement about direction here for this competitor.
Kijken naar de ruimtekrachtfinale, de Leefzoon Dero, dames en heren, uit 2009 van de Londanos. En die van Londsich 2. Letzte starter für Deutschland, die Satellit Emilia Löscher.
Well, we now go back to Germany, to Emilia Löser, who's had 1 early fence down so far. 8 in the first round for this combination, and Germany brought forward 20. They are doing somewhat better though in the second round, so they've had 2 clears and a 4. Ooh, Emilia Löser dropping another fence. In fact, another 2 fences with Les Sodero. That means that this is going to be the drop score for the German team. They will discount this score. They will count the 4, so they'll finish on a team total of 24. She's within the time allowed, but yeah, 12 for Emilia Löser. That's the drop score. It's 4 in the second round. The German team's total is 24.
Het result for Germany is 24 and the time is 2:12.55. 24 startpunten, 212,55 eindresultaat. Duitsland. Laatste combinatie voor Zweden, dames en heren. Namens team Zweden meldt zich Alida Nakenmeri, 12 jaar oud, uit Oestirolven en Oldako. We gaan kijken naar de man in het zadel.
Now we head back to Sweden. Whatever this rider, their final rider does, it's Philip Svitzer and Alida Nike. Whatever he does will contribute to the team's score. They're on 32 at the minute, and that is because their first rider was sadly eliminated in this second round. So Germany are going to go ahead of Sweden. Sweden looking to complete this competition. They can't be worse than 8th. And so they would add a minimum of 45 to their tally. That would put them on 100 points. But I think the leaderboard in the overall season standings is going to change quite a lot after this leg. Good round so far though for Philip Svitzer. Good, accurate riding. He's doing well to keep the horse balanced and under control, for sure. And nicely down the last line. Looks thrilled with that. So, it's 12 in the second round for Sweden. Gives them 32. As I say, they're dropped behind Germany. But they will still pick up points.
And the result for Team Sweden is 32 en de time 2:17.55. Eindresultaat voor Team Zweden is 32, 2:17,55. Ook Nederland brengt het laatste en vierde teamlid, dames en heren. Dus avond is de lady Cartolana. Cartolana, 12 jaar oud, 2010 van Catapultmal Handel. Eigendom van Stan Thijssen, dames en heren. De Netherlands, de volkscompetitor Mel Thijssen.
Let's head back to Team Netherlands now then. Team Netherlands. Their final rider is Mel Thijssen. This is certainly a rider who you would want to be in this position. Used to performing under pressure, not least with this horse Cartolana too. She had 1 down in the first round. The Netherlands are on 2 clears and a 4 faulting round. And they're on 18, so a fence down would still keep them ahead of Germany, but a clear would be great. A clear would keep them on 18. And would keep them ahead of a number of the other teams as well. This is only the second appearance this season in the Young Rider Nations Cup for the Netherlands. They were 4th at Centaur Park. Now they're bidding for a place here. Oh, great round. And it's fast as well. A really good clear from Mel Thijssen. 3 clears for the Netherlands in this second round. They add nothing to their score, and their team total is 18. Keeps them quite well ahead of Germany. They can be no worse than 6th. But I think those 3 clears are going to see them climb the ranks quite substantially. That's what we also saw for the Spanish team with their 3 clears in the second round in the junior competition. Next up is Elizabeth Baker riding Uno du Thot. She's the final rider for the British team. She again had 1 fence down in the first round, much like her teammates. Great Britain currently on 24. They do have a score of 35, and so that's what they need to drop. But with an 8 and a 4, they're on 24 at the moment. They're adding to their score of 12 in the first round. Uno du Thot is 14 years old now. Previous ride of Mackenzie Ray and of Shane O'Reilly. Oh no, the triple combination is causing problems. It has been all afternoon. 2 down for Elizabeth Baker and Uno du Thot. So Great Britain scratch the score of 35. They count 20 in this second round. Their team total is 32. Same score as Sweden. But that means that the Netherlands climb 1 place more. They will be at worst 5th. Those 3 clears for Team Netherlands could be invaluable. Now we go back to Belgium. Just 4 teams left to jump. There's 4 teams left to complete. 3 of those all came forward on 8 from the first round, and the final team, Switzerland, came forward on 4 from the first round. Things have changed a lot since then, though. This is Jules van Hooijdonk riding for Belgium. A clear round would keep Belgium ahead of the Netherlands. So far they have a 4, a 12 and another 4. So if Jules van Hooijdonk can jump clear, they'll count the 2 4s and a clear. They'll go on to 16. But if he has a fence down, they'll go on to 20 penalties and the Netherlands will climb 1 more spot. Good down that line. That was influential in the first round. He knows exactly what he's got to do. Great clear. Brilliant, brilliant clear from the Belgian rider. Nothing to add in this round for him. So they discount the score of 12. They add 8 in the second round. Their team total is 16. Belgium will be at least 4th. We just have 3 teams left. 16 will actually secure Belgium a place on the podium because Team Norway already have an 8, a 4 and an 8. And so they're on 20. So Belgium will have a place on the podium. Now we go to Denmark. Denmark brought forward 8 in the first round. They have an 8, a clear and a 4. Ooh. Tricky moment there early on for Laura Baring Kjærgaard. She just had 1 fence down in the first round. A bit sticky there as well. Now this looks better. So after that slightly strange jump, she's had 4 so far. That 4 penalties actually puts Denmark on 16 as well. Puts them level with Belgium. If she has another fence down, Belgium will climb into second. This has certainly been a difficult course set by the team here in Zuidwolde in the Netherlands. We don't have very many clears at all. We only have 1 double clear. That is Theodore Lind of Denmark. That's really the standout performance so far of the day. Laura Baring Kjærgaard is a fraction over the time allowed as well. It's 9 to add. That's going to be the drop score though for the Danish team. They'll add 12 in this second round and yes, finish on 20. That confirms Belgium on the podium with their 16. Denmark currently just behind them, just 1 fence behind them, but the Netherlands slot in between on 18. So Belgium leading with 16, Netherlands in second out of those that have completed with 18. 2 teams yet to complete. One is Norway, and this is Ingrid Gelston. However, Norway are already on 20 because they had 1 rider be eliminated in this second round, so they have to count the 8 and the 4. So even a clear here from Ingrid Gelston and Alibi Delaroc would keep them on 20. Belgium and the Netherlands would at least be second and third. Ingrid Gelsden had just one fence down in the first round, but this is looking strong. Oh, fantastically ridden. That was a really, really great round. As I say, we've hardly had any clears in this competition. Ingrid Gelsden gives us another one right at the end of the competition, at the tail end of things. So they, of course, discount the elimination. They count 12 from this second round. Norway finish on 20. Belgium still out in front with 16. The Netherlands still in second with 18. We just have Team Switzerland yet to complete. Switzerland brought forward 4 from the first round. They have an 8, an 18 and a clear in this second round. So a clear round here. Oh! A fence down. I was about to say a clear round would give Switzerland the win, but no, it's a fence down for Kira Alessi. She jumped clear in the first round as well. So as it stands, Switzerland are on 16, but another fence down would put them on 20. Oh yes, another. It's 8 penalties now. 8 for a refusal. Well, that is a change of fortune. It's 8 now for Kira Alessi. And Switzerland will be on... Oh, and another penalty. It's 12. Well, it's all going wrong for Kira Alessi. This is just not what the Swiss team would have wanted. They had that great clear earlier on. From Shirel Shawnoz that put them in a good position, but Kira Alessi, unfortunately, now the time's racking up as well. So it's 23 in total for the Swiss rider. Well, that's quite a huge change. It's going to be the discounted score, but Switzerland will now count 26 in the second round. They finish on a score of 30. And not only do they drop out of the top spot, but they also now drop all the way down into 6th. Well, this competition has been an absolute roller coaster. We have had a pretty high proportion of high faulting rounds, and the team totals are pretty high as well. But your winners, of course, are Team Belgium, who conclude this competition with 16 penalties, 2 4 faulting rounds and a clear, adding to their 8 from the first round, giving them a total of 16. They climbed from 4th place after the first round to take the win. That's a similar tale to Spain in the junior competition. Second place goes to the Netherlands with 18 penalties. Equal third goes to Denmark and Norway, those teams finishing on 20 faults each. Fifth will go to Switzerland with their 30 penalties. Equal sixth goes to Great Britain and Sweden. Finally, at the tail end of things. Well, in case you are wondering what happens with the points in the overall season standings in the case of equal placings, the points for the 2 placings are added together and then divided. So, for example, we have Denmark and Norway in equal third, so the points for third and fourth will be added together and split between those 2 teams. Belgium, though, are your winners. The Netherlands are in second. Denmark and Norway are equal third. Absolute roller coaster of a competition, but a deserved win for Team Belgium.
Position number 8 goes
Well, the course is going to be prepared for the prize giving for this competition in just a few moments' time, but I do hope that you have enjoyed this competition.
Ja, dames en heren,
It's certainly been a pleasure to take you through both this and the Junior Nations Cup competition this morning. The next leg of the Young Riders competition will be in Hagen, and the Youth Nations Cup series continues there on the 18th and 19th of June.
Knappe tweede plaats weer voor Team Nederland. Noorwegen op plek 3, Denemarken op 4. Dat is de kop van het klassement. En dit is de 3 team verwachten we zo dadelijk binnen voor de huldiging beneden de piste op het...
Hagen will be the final leg for the Young Riders. Some of the other the juniors and children's competitions will also have one additional leg in Dielsdorf, Zurich in Switzerland. But for the young riders and for the ponies, Hagen on the 18th and 19th of June will be the final leg. Of course, the final of the season will be in Kronenberg in September for all categories. But as I say, I hope that you have enjoyed this competition. If you would like to watch any of this competition back, or indeed the young riders, the juniors, the children's, or the ponies competitions from Zuidwolde, all of those are available to rewatch on Clip My Horse. But I hope you have a great evening planned, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekends. It is goodbye from me, Hannah Robson, and I look forward to taking you through the next leg of this FEI Youth Nations Cup series. Have a great evening, everybody.
Dat het zo succesvol was. Ook nu weer het publiek leefde prachtig mee. De omstandigheden waren fantastisch, dames en heren. En het wacht is even op de binnenkomstvergadering van de beste teams. Ik moet zeggen, de organisatie heeft zeker met deze 4 keer Nations Cup kosten nog moeite gespaard. De teams werden prachtig gepresenteerd hier in de piste. Met rijtuigen van stalhouderij van de familie Zwaan uit Ondermarkt, dames en heren. En dat zie je niet overal prachtig. Ik sprak enkele buitenlandse mensen en die zeiden ook dat het fantastisch iets was om mee te maken hier tijdens aan de ronde in CCO. En er zijn zeker de mensen die er hard aan gewerkt hebben, erg blij mee. Dus een grote schare aan vaste vrijwilligers hier en die staat altijd bereid om te helpen. De catering en de verzorging is optimaal en daar zijn we ook hierboven erg blij mee. fantastisch team had hij bij met Jenny Brock-Satter, Sinemari Eide, Martine Mariero Mal en Ingrid Jansen. The third position for Team Norway. Well done and congratulations. Op een fantastische tweede plaats, dames en heren, mag plaatsnemen op het podium Team Nederland. Onze nieuwe bondscoach Vincent Voren, dames en heren. Met zijn teamleden Iris Wiegel, Vincent Links en Mel Thijssen. En dan, dames en heren, de winnaar. De winnaar is Team Belgium. Chef d'équipe Rick de Raad en dan de rijders Sascha Beguin, Aiko Palidaan, Aaron Thijskens en Jules van Hooijdonk. Voor zover mogelijk, dames en heren, verzoek ik u allen te gaan staan. Let's all rise, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem of Belgium. Prachtig, dames en heren, het volkslied voor dit winnende team. Aanwezig beneden, dames en heren, in de piste namens de sponsors Bruce Meadows uit Canada is beneden aanwezig Helen Broek. Zij gaat voor en feliciteert natuurlijk als eerste Team Norway. Congratulations to this team with the third place. Dan, dames en heren, fantastische tweede plek Team Nederland. Ook felicitaties van Helen Broek. En dan de winnaar is Team Belgium. Mooi ook felicitaties namens Bruce Meadows. Een fantastische samenwerking met Canada. Dan is beneden, dames en heren, aanwezig namens de International Jury. Hij vertegenwoordigt de FEI en Frankrijk. René Villadon. Hij gaat de prijzen overhandigen aan het winnende team, dames en heren, Team België. Ik heb ze straks liggen hier beneden. Fantastische prijzen, die zullen zeker een mooie plek gaan vinden in de Belgische prijzenkasten. Ook hij natuurlijk feliciteert eerst het derde team, Team Noorwegen. Dan gaat hij naar ons eigen Nederland. Ik hoop dat u net zo genoten heeft als wij dat hebben hierboven. Het was een fantastische Nations Cup met de Young Riders. En dan mogen de prijzen overhandigd worden, dames en heren. De winners, Team Belgium. En iedereen mag de prijzen overhandigen. Prachtige schaal in een mooie doos, dames en heren. U ziet het. Die win je niet elke week. Zo'n mooie Nations Cup prijs. Kun je bijschrijven op je palmarès en ook later nog over vertellen. Mooie winst voor Team België. Dat waren de prijzen voor Team België met René Villardon. Thank you. En dan Ingrid Snijders, dames en heren. Wat een werk heeft ze verzet en dat doet ze ook deze dagen namens het bestuur. Ze is ook weer beneden aanwezig om de prijzen uit te reiken aan alle rijders, dames en heren. Team Noorwegen op de plek 3, Tony André Hansen, ik zeg het nogmaals, de teamchef. Jenny Brock-Satter, Sinemari Eide, Martine Mariero Mal en Ingrid Jansen. Congratulations, the third place for this team, Team Norway. En dan mag zeker applaus. Second position, Team the Netherlands, chef d'équipe Vincent Voren, Amazone Iris Miegels, Sky Washinghoff, Vincent Dix en Mel Thijssen. En dan de winnaars, dames en heren. Nogmaals, Rick de Raad, de Belgische chef d'équipe. Sascha Beguin, Aiko Palidaan, Aaron Thijskens en Jules van Hooydonk. Dat de beste, de allerbeste op de bovenste tree van het platform. Team België. Natuurlijk foto's gemaakt met Ingrid erbij namens het bestuur beneden. Ingrid Snijders, dames en heren. Mooie oranje jas aan namens de organisatie van CH de Wolde. Prachtige plaatjes geschoten en dan verzoek ik u allen u bij de groep te vervoegen, zo dadelijk de prijzen te overhandigen aan de groep. Ja, oké, zo mooie foto's, een juichmoment, applaus erbij. And then all the teams, please go to your horses, so we can start up the lap of honor for the winners for Team Belgium. Altijd een mooi moment en zeker ook die trotse groeps, want die worden vaak vergeten. Verrichten wekelijks, dagelijks hard werk en die mogen mee op wedstrijd. En nu staan ze ook een keer in de picture in de piste hier op CH de Wolde. We gaan een knaller van een afsluiter maken, zo dadelijk natuurlijk Team België voorop. En die gaat zich al begeven richting het schavot, net aan voorbij, voor opstellen voor de ereronde, dames en heren. Ook Team Noorwegen is zover, zien we, en Team Nederland. Als we zover zijn, dan verzoek ik de firma Koopmans de muziek te starten. En dan een hartelijk applaus, dames en heren. De lap of honor, the winner is Team Belgium. Vertegenwoordigd de FEI en Frankrijk namens de internationale jury. En dan natuurlijk ook Helen Broek namens Bruce Meadows, de aanbieder van deze rubriek. En tenslotte natuurlijk weer een woord van dank aan Ingrid Snijders namens het bestuur. Ik wens u allen een fijn verblijf hier op het mooie park van CH de Wolde. En morgen zien we u graag weer terug. Fijne avond.